Hello there, Jan. How's it going? You literally joined as I am beginning my journey. My incredible journey of bugs and software crashing and banging your head against the keyboard until something finally works. Potentially. Alright. What was I doing? I was in the middle of something. I wanted to grab my Macintosh presets. I think that's it. CMake preset. Post. Did that work? Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. No, that works out. I'll do that. So we'll copy that, create a new file for Macintosh. Paste it in. OS X release, that looks good. Your YouTube shorts popped up in my feed, and then I went to follow your Twitch. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Jan. Which short, by the way? Because one of my YouTube shorts has done so much better than I thought it would, and maybe for the wrong reasons. So hopefully you come in with a open mind and a happy heart. All right, so OS X presets ARM. We do release ARM OS X release. Let's make sure that works. Triplets. ARM 64 OS X release. Cool. All right, so that looks good. Let's take a look at these. Yep, that looks good. Okay. So what else do I need? I need the target also being ARM 64 OS X for the MacBooks. I think that looks okay. I think that's okay. Well, that's fair. You know, like I said, a lot of people don't know the rule of five. It's just, it's just one of those things that over time, when you continue to get better at C++, or you continue to delve into other people's C++ projects, it just becomes so much more useful for maintaining your project and keeping your code well maintained. And the rule of five is just one of those tools you can use to do that. No one's going to force you. Ooh, unless you use Clang Tidy. Clang Tidy will force you to use rule of five if you have that turned on. So what's your background? Do you know C++? If I walked you through my current project, would you be able to follow along a little bit? I'm currently setting up software pipelines to get my C++ to compile automatically for me and report if it fails or not, so that I can like push up changes and feel safe that my changes isn't breaking the entire project. That kind of thing. Um, okay, so I have the target. Now I need the platform. All right, so I need to make sure I do this right. This is binary dir. It's going to be capital D. Config. Oh, that's not right. We have config, binary dir, debug, ninja release, VC package. Post target. Let's sort that. Binary dir. How's that rename? Specified config binary dir. All right, hopefully that works first try. Since I'm not on a Mac, we are going to have to use GitHub Actions to build it for Mac. But hopefully that looks good. Man, am I just ready to push this? I might be ready to push this. Implement GitHub Actions. Dot. Ooh, no, I don't think I'm ready to push this. Because I also need to set up Clang Tidy and all those tools. Right. Am I targeting Clang Tidy in here? I'm targeting Clang Tidy diff and Clang format. So I don't have those in my code base yet. I only have my Android build APK. So I got to get that copied over. We need Clang format, Clang Tidy. I could do code coverage. Code coverage for a video game. Who tests their video games, honestly? Let's paste. No? Why is that not pasting? I am on my last years of IT bachelor studies, not much C++, but I have a hobby in Qt. Oh, you came to the right guy. I love Qt, or Qt, depending on how you pronounce it. I spent a lot of my career developing using Qt to build software applications, both desktop widgets and Qt Quick. All right, so I need to create a Clang format .cmake file and then copy this into it. How's that look? That looks fine. Next, I need a Clang tidy.cmake. Paste it in there. So if not Android and if not mscripten, we will run tests. Except I think I recently learned I can run tests. Where did I learn that? Is it this? Oh, I'm gonna have to try this. I think I can run mscripten tests by doing something like so I think I can use Node, which comes with mscripten, to run my C++ tests, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. Bit late to the party. What are we building? We are building a video game. Well, we're more like porting a video game. I have made a decent amount of progress using Godot, but with the I guess the newfound interest in my channel that appeared out of nowhere because of a YouTube short where I was talking about a fairly common rule of writing good C++ code. A lot of developers were not having it. So I'm like, you know what? To heck with it. Let's write some C++. So I am standing up this project to show off C++ using Raylib and support my Godot game. We'll see how that goes. You know, it could be that like all big projects and any developer who has started a big project, it'll probably die off and lose interest, right? But at least gives me a reason to write some C++ and try out some new C++23 techniques. And hopefully soon, C++26, GCC 16. I'm so excited for reflections. And then immediately, I'm just getting this project stood up. I'm about ready to push it up to GitHub to see if the pipelines run, the GitHub Actions run, which includes making sure my code is formatted. Clang Tidy analyzes it. Android APK can be built. And then I think I can use Node to run my C++ tests for my WebAssembly build. So this isn't really where I want to put this, but this is going to be temporary until I figure out if that's how I actually do that. Now the real question is, do I want code coverage for a video game? Do I want a software pipeline that yells at me because I don't have like 60% code coverage on my video game? I feel like that would get annoying really quick. Though it would be cool to show off if people don't know how to do it. How about this? I'll put it in the project, but maybe I won't turn it on for now. LLVM coverage.cmake. A, B, C, D, E, F. Yep. A, B comes before C. All right, so that will turn on the APK build, the Clang format, Clang tidy, LLVM coverage. I might also do CPP check at some point, but I don't need that right now. I'm just using what's in my dev container. Okay, so the MacBook presets are in, so that should work, I hope. I wanted to make sure x64 Clang debug, so I can support Clang and debug build GCC release just to test a couple of them. I need to check my presets in my matrix. Except where did I find my matrix? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Am I blind? Where the heck do I test Clang tidy? Oh, right here. Duh. Okay, so we got Clang format check and Clang tidy. Okay, so let's see. This will be the first time this pipeline runs, which means it's going to have to build the Docker container and then stash it. Hopefully, I have enough space left. I might have to delete some storage in GitHub. What am I looking for? Also, I've been trying out SDL3 to replace Qt project. That is probably why your YouTube short. Oh, that's fair. That's awesome. I was just playing with SDL3 yesterday. SDL3 is a pretty freaking awesome piece of software. The downside being, depending on what you were using Qt for, the downside being is you're either going to have to roll your own UI system, which means handling layout sizing, spacing, event handling, all that fun stuff, potentially a scene graph that goes with it. But there's a number of software libraries out there that work on top of SDL. I believe mGUI does. There's another library called tGUI that works with all kinds of graphic backends, SDL included. Okay, so this will probably be a moment of truth. This will be the first one, and then we're all going to watch my GitHub Actions fail beautifully, because it never works first try, right? So let's commit this, push. Actually, can I look at it from here? Oh, that's VC package. I don't want that. I want. Looks like I don't have. All right, I guess I got to go to the website. Something's happening. Oh boy. It's promising that stuff is running and it didn't just immediately fail, so that means my YAML files were at least configured correctly. But the first things first is it has to build the Docker containers, I hope. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. So it's building the Docker containers for Android, Linux, and WebAssembly. Oh, there's got to be an optimization I can do here. Because I should only need to build the container once. Oh no. So Mac failed immediately. That's fair because I didn't have a MacBook to test this on. No preset called ARM64 OS X Clang released. That might be true. Preset platform OS X. What's it saying? ARM64 OS X Clang release. ARM64 OS X Clang release. Suspicious. I might have to grab my MacBook real quick and test it locally so I don't have to wait on these pipelines and use up my minutes. But is everything else running? Sweet. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my MacBook. All right. Do I have any battery life left on this thing? I do. Wish I had a way to show you what I was doing on my MacBook. You're just going to have to trust that I am looking at this build. Open. Oh, it's right. No presets are showing up. Oh, you know what? I bet I didn't add the Mac platform to the root level here. Nope, I sure didn't. Duh. So let's add OS X to the platform. That's probably the issue. I guess I can verify. That seems to have fixed it on my MacBook, so I'll let that run and see if it actually works. Ooh, it does not like that. What did I do wrong? This is promising Windows built. I mean, okay, so to be fair, just so you guys are aware, I literally only have a hello world. So I link against a library called Briarthorn, and then Briarthorn has a .greet function. So I'm using C++ modules. So inside the C++ module, I just print hello world. That's just to make sure my CMake configuration is good and that my software will compile and will compile in the pipelines here. Because once I get all this foundational stuff done, which should be soon, I'm going to use Raylib, create a graphics window, and just start talking about this game. Okay, so that cloned. Let's try this again. Can you speak a bit about your background as a developer? Would help as the community ask questions and relate a bit more with the awesome work you're doing. I'm an enterprise guy, Java, C Sharp. Ooh, cool. Yeah, I can give a little bit of background. I am also okay. So to start with, I am very new to streaming. I think I've been doing this for about a month, and as of like yesterday, have I been getting more than one person stopping by and asking questions. So if there is a place that I can put this information, like an about me or something on Twitch or YouTube, I can definitely update or add some more of that information. But my background, I have been professionally writing C++ for about 15 years. Prior to that, C++ in school, college, right? My background is modeling, simulation, application development, so cross-platform application development. So I have a lot of experience getting C++ to run on multiple platforms, and also on desktop user interfaces. Excuse me. So part of that, of course, means using a tool like CMake and Qt. I've used Qt significantly in my career. I've used other frameworks as well, but Qt is probably like I can navigate the internal code of Qt is how much I've had my head in it. Typically sticking to the latest and greatest C++ as much as I can and as much as my job will allow me. I think right now at my job, we are using C++ 20. This project that I'm working on, or I will be showing off, is a good excuse for me to try and learn some more C++ concepts that I don't regularly get to use on the job. I don't know about anyone else, but usually when you're like working, you're just trying to get the job done, right? You're not sitting there going like, ooh, what is the best possible technology I can add to this function I'm writing to make it the coolest, cleanest looking piece of code, right? A lot of times, time is money, right? You're getting paid to just get the job done good enough. So this is an excuse to take a little bit more time and do a little bit more research maybe and see where that takes me. I've done a lot of OpenGL, not necessarily raw OpenGL, though I have written some, but using OpenGL libraries to render 3D graphics for my modeling and simulation frameworks I've written professionally. Networking, sockets, UDP, TCP, usually through Boost libraries, Boost ASIO, that kind of thing. So yeah, you're kind of seeing me putting all of my knowledge together with this project, because right now this project is just about ready to start off compiling on Mac, Linux, Windows, Android, and web using C++. So I'm getting all that set up now so that I can start writing some Raylib and C++ code to get a window going and turn it into a game. What do I think about AI? For me, it is super useful. I don't know what I'll do if AI ever went away. I can't imagine it ever will at this point. It seems like the big players are not letting it go away, you know? I use it a lot for debugging. You'll probably see me do that a lot on stream. It is quicker and easier for me to say, hey, there's a problem here. Can you look at this and tell me what you think is going wrong? And if it can't figure it out, it at least gives me an idea of where to look. So I can't say it enough of how much my life has become easier when it comes to like those esoteric problems that you run into, configuration errors that are like deeply nested inside a project that normally would take you a day or two to debug, now takes you 30 seconds, right? So I really, really like AI for that. AI for code generation or vibe coding, if you will, where I think a lot of the internet is currently talking. I don't know. I've tried it. I have another like mobile app project I'm using with a language and framework that I am still kind of new to. I mean, I say new, but I've been working with it for about 2 years now, so I'm not that new. And AI has helped me learn it, right? But I already have 15 years of experience doing desktop application style software applications. So I'm already familiar with like the general design patterns you would come across when building up an application. So using it to learn syntax and to be able to be like, hey, I already know how to write a list view. So instead of me writing it, can you just go do it, please? And it do it and it be good enough is great. Now, if I say, hey, write me an application that does this, needs to support 100,000 users, talk to this web API, and blah, 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 that scares the living hell out of me. Because from a security perspective, I have a little bit of background in making sure applications stay secure as well. So from like a security perspective, that terrifies me because it gets to a point where the code just compounds. Like you get vibe coded code on top of vibe coded code on top of vibe coded code, and it gets to a point where like you as a single developer, the project becomes too big for you to maintain in a timely fashion, especially if you're trying to like release a product. And so you have that like causes you to lean on the AI even more to fix any issues that prop up, and you just get to a point where you have no idea what's happening under the hood. You just hope that the magic black box of vibe coded spaghetti does enough of what you need it to. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. So I'll use it. I use it professionally. It supplements the work I do, makes things go a little quicker, especially for debugging. Okay, so on Mac, my project is built. Cool. Actually, I can see if the Cling Tidy job runs on my Mac as well, it looks like. And we already have a problem. Oh, well, that makes sense. We'll fix that later. All right, cool. Hey, Akrita. How's it going? Okay. Hey, Rima. Man, these Docker builds are using up all my minutes, all of my precious minutes. I need to optimize this so I only have one job doing this. 'Cause I'm pretty sure they're building the exact same image. No, no, this isn't you're not watching C++ compile right now. You are watching a Docker image getting built. So I have I don't know if you're familiar with dev containers, but I have a dev container set up where so I'm developing on Windows, but I can at a click of a button here reopen in container and it will pop into this dev container that is built via Docker on Ubuntu 25.10, install some system dependencies, GCC 15, Clang 22, Emscripten, which is your compiler for WebAssembly, and then all of this voodoo nonsense to get Android NDK and SDK set up. So I can pop into a Linux environment with all of these tools available to me on Windows so that I can do Linux development without having to like jump between virtual machines or computers, that kind of thing. So you're watching my pipelines build this exact same Docker file so that when it runs tests and ensures my code is compiling, it's using the exact same thing that I would use locally. That way I'm guaranteed if something goes wrong in the cloud, I can just hop onto my computer and fix it locally and feel, I would say 90% confident it would work. Multi-threading mutex has got kind of confusing. I use threads, yeah. Not rigorously, I would say. When it calls for it. Threading is insanely hard to write. I would not say I am an expert at writing a good like thread pool or anything like that. I can write a poor man's thread pool, and then I can watch a YouTube video explaining to me why the thread pool I wrote was terrible. Yes, this happened to me. So like that's why I'm like looking forward to C++26, which is going to give us standard execution. That should eliminate a lot of the headache of trying to implement like your own thread pool or a more performant threading system. You're right. Why I'm private? Because my long-term goal here is to hopefully sell the game. Right? I am happy to share the code that I write on stream and happy to explain why I'm doing something a certain way. But long term, it would be cool if I can make a couple bucks off of it. You know how hard it, like, I don't know if anyone else has like observed how indie developers make money on games. It's a tough act out there, right? You have people who work years on amazing games, and sometimes you just never hear about it. But I don't know. We'll see. This is literally day zero. My thoughts are subject to change. Nothing's set in stone. And you're right. Maybe if I just leave it public, then I would get those unlimited minutes. I'm okay to pay a couple bucks to get the minutes if I need to. Worst case scenario, I've got one of these guys. This little sucker here has like a 16 core Ryzen CPU with I think 32 gigs of RAM, 64 gigs of RAM, something like that. I can just turn that into a GitHub runner and call it a day. So I've got options. I'm not sure yet. But part of it is just optimizing my configuration, because clearly I don't need to build the same Docker image in parallel. Let's see where this is at. But that's okay. I think I don't need to sit here and watch this get done. I think I'm at a good spot, because I know it works on my Mac once I push up this change. So I'm going to go ahead and push this change up. Enable presets with Mac. Push. Okay. What's the new project going to be? I will show you. Crypto, you might have seen this. This is my, you know, the Godot project I was working on, right? I don't remember. So I have a project called Briarthorn that I've been working on in Godot. Cool, you guys are able to see this. Now, if I hit play, do you see it? You don't. All right, I got to switch over to my desktop for a quick minute so you guys can see this. Okay. All right, so I have a project called Briarthorn, and it works with a controller. And this was something I was working on with a couple of guys that I used to work with. We wanted to learn Godot just as an experiment, and so we challenged ourselves to I still gotta wait for the stupid controller to connect. It's a GameSir controller. I don't know if anyone else has used one. It randomly disconnects from my computer all the time. Okay, that guy is already shooting at me, and I'm in trouble. So I'm gonna shoot at these guys here, and then I'm gonna try and turn tail and run. Ooh, can I get this? Oh, there's the boss. Oh, I forgot I had the boss in this game. Anyway, the idea is kind of like a top-down tactical situation fighter shooter. Not 3D, just 2D. Haven't decided if I want to make it turn-based or not. Ooh, that missile might just give me a bad time. You don't know it, but I am moving, and I'm holding down the right trigger to keep moving. I don't have, like, a lot to show movement in this game yet, so it's kind of hard to tell if you're moving or not, but I am. And then this boss will get behind me and use a special weapon on me, assuming I don't die to this missile. The missiles time out after 60 seconds, so I'm just trying to outfly it, but they move faster than me. And I have no, like, visual effects to show detonation or anything like that yet. And I can zoom in so this is like 10-kilometer range, 20-kilometer range, 40-kilometer. And when that boss gets to about 20 kilometers, he's going to drop a giant laser beam on me. Give him a chance to catch up. So anyway, in about 2 months, only working on this a couple hours every other day kind of thing. Some weeks not working on it at all. Got this up and running using Godot. I'm not a huge fan of Godot script per se, and I'm not a huge fan of using an editor like Godot to do like point and click editing of property values, things like that. So I figured, just like anyone else who starts a big project and never finishes it, why not port this to C++ and never finish it in C++? You know, that kind of thing. So that's kind of where I'm at. I also think, I won't lie, part of the decision was that YouTube short I had that kind of went, I won't say it went viral, but relative to all my other videos I've made, it went really viral. Talking about, oh, here comes the laser, it's about to blow me up. But having that go viral about C++, I'm like, oh, well, maybe I should do some more C++. Because there's, I mean, it's a dime a dozen, right? There's all kinds of developers out there who trash on C++, who claim Rust is the greatest thing ever, or C is the simplest code ever written, or if you keep up with Zig, Zig is pretty cool, which Zig is pretty cool. C++ can be cool too, right? Guys, C++ is cool. Do you have to use GDScript? No, you can use C#. I don't know how to use C#. I've never used it, so it would just be another thing I'd have to learn. Another thing that I didn't like about Godot is its data. I have a bunch of data files here. Its data is a resource, and a resource is a reference counted pointer. And so it just hurt my heart to have to store all my data as reference counted pointers instead of just like a data struct in memory, you know, that kind of thing. So that's the general idea of where I'm coming from with this. I figured it's an excuse to do C++. I will say, here's what I'm thinking. I still work full time, right? It might be years before, if right, you have to get lucky sometimes. Sometimes you just got it and you're entertaining. If I can get to a point where I don't have to work full time and could stream, then it would be well within the realm of like, okay, let's try out Rust. Let's see what I can do with Rust. Can I build this game in Rust? Because there's like, I've used C++ for 15 years, and I'm not saying it's like the greatest thing ever, right? There is a real effort that goes into getting C++ to compile for all these platforms that I'm using, right? Linux, Windows, Mac, WebAssembly, Android. Like, I had to specifically configure CMake presets to do all of that, and on top of that, I needed VC package manager to automatically handle compiling all the code to handle all these platforms. I'm pretty sure with Rust just does that for you, right? So like I do see the benefits, trust me. But I've used C++ for so long. I can't give up on my I can't let it go, you know? It would hurt my heart. It's in my bones. Um okay, anyway. I pushed that up, so we don't really need to wait for these pipelines to run. We'll just let them do their thing. I think I'm ready to literally start writing some code. Oh, yikes. So that's something I would want to do at some point. You can create a build.zig file and then just use Zig as your compiler and build tool. So that would replace the need for CMake, and it would replace the need for all the compilers, and I could just use Zig. That sounds so cool to me, and I tried it. The one of the things that was limiting to me with Zig for CMake is this guy right here. Inside my build folders, there is a compile commands.json, right? And these compile command.json files, a bunch of tools use them for parsing your C++ code. I couldn't find a way to get Zig to generate this compile commands.json, which just it immediately like prevented me from being able to use this with these other tools I wanted to use C++ with. So that's like one of the core blockers for me, just using Zig and nothing else to do compilation and project setup. But that is really cool what Zig can do there. And maybe someday I'll get there when I have time. Okay, let's do this. Pretty sure I just need to include raylib, right? Init window 1280 by 720. Call it Briarthorn. While window should close. Good old AI autocomplete for the win. Clear background, draw text. Does Briarthorn automatically handle events to close the window, or do I have to add that? Okay, my code compiled. Let's run it. Nothing happened. Debug Briarthorn. Oh, I don't know. I hope soon. I really do. Clang D isn't 100% good with it either, I don't think. I run into issues with Clang D parsing the modules. Okay, sorry. I apologize. So I am using Raylib 6.0, which came out like a week or two ago. I'm not 100% familiar with it. I've used it to create windows before and a couple of graphics, but I haven't done a lot with it. So we'll see. I'm clearly doing something wrong. I also know that the last time I tried to use Raylib 6, it was doing something weird, and I read in a Reddit post that there might be a build flag that has to get added to turn something off for Raylib, which means I'm going to have to go in and modify the VC package port file. If Windows should close. Let me. I'm not even getting like output. It's just not opening. What's happening, Cannon? What's good in the hood, homie? Thanks. It's all good in this home. Well, it was good till I can't get a window to open in Raylib. I might have to do what I did before and revert back to version 5.5 if I can't get this to work because I'm on a newer version. Where did I do this? I did this in a project already. Hang on. Oh, I forgot I already Okay, so we do init window. Set flags. Close window. So yeah, so this should work. So I'm probably doing something wrong. So we're gonna cheat and use AI to be like, hey, what's the deal? When I run, I expect to see a window, but I don't. Can you see if I am missing something? The other issue could be that I didn't link against GLFW3. So, oh, is that the issue actually? No, I do link against GLFW. Because GLFW is the windowing library that Raylib uses. But I only do that if in scripting, Android. Yeah, so that should work. How did I use GitHub on VS Code? VS Code has a browser, so Control Shift P for your command palette, and then I just start typing browser, and it has a open integrated browser. I figured doing this is easier than like having to drag a browser into Stream View every time. Makes it easier for me because then it's less windows I have to show off. The downside is the VS Code browser doesn't support multimedia playback, or I don't know how to get it to run. So you won't get video playback, but you'll at least get internet in your browser or in VS Code. Yeah, IXX is the C++ module extension. It turns out CPPM is another way to use CPP modules. So if you Google C++ 20 modules extension, file extensions, you should get feedback on, like, yeah, right here. So MSVC Visual Studio is using .ixx for C++ modules. Clang is using .cppm or CCM, CXXM, C++M, or none. That's weird. So that's why. I don't think there is a set in stone extension that needs to be used because it's C++, right? You can use whatever extension you want. I mean, at least VS Code sees that it's a C++ extension. I don't know if you guys can see this, but it does have the C++ icon next to it. And the only reason I went with IXX is because when I Googled this a couple of years ago, this was the only thing I saw, so that's what I used. Yeah, C++ be like that sometimes. No compiler will do it the same way. Oh gosh darn it, I know that. I thought I had everything set to static. So on Windows, you gotta have your DLLs in the same directory or have your DLLs in the path. But I usually fix that by setting my dependencies to be built as static libraries. But apparently... I did not do that. So that's why. So I can fix that. This is my game. I can compile this how I want, and I choose to do static. So I'm making use of VC Package Manager to handle all of this. So what I usually do is go into VC Package triplets and see what's supported. And there is an x64 Windows static MD, and that's what I want. x64 Windows static MD. So we'll configure the project again. This will tell VC Package to rebuild my dependencies, which is currently just going to be Raylib and maybe gtest. Raylib, GLM, and gtest. So it's going to recompile those as static libraries, and then I'll just link to them directly. Um, is this project open source? So the configuration that I have with CMake, that's open source. I have a project called CMake Platforms. That being said, I think there are a number of other projects out there now that make use of CMake presets very similar to how I do it. So github.com, Fun and Software LLC. I have a CMake Platforms, which is really what I'm basing this project off of at this time. Now, I will say this project isn't robust. As you can see, I did this 3 weeks ago, and I haven't touched it since. But it's enough to, it should be enough to get like a Hello Triangle up and running with Raylib on Windows, Linux, Android, and WebAssembly. So all of the CMake scripting that I did to make that happen, the use of VC package as a package manager, all of that exists here. You're welcome to copy it, but like I said, I think there are probably other well-maintained libraries or open source projects out there that do something similar. Because what I'm doing isn't new anymore. It was new when I started, but I think a lot of people have caught on to how to manage their C++ projects. The only other one I have that's a lot more advanced is Awin. There's a lot of stuff in here. None of it's going to make sense because there's no coherent thought going into how I'm building this, but it supports all the platforms I'm doing, and it has like a little bit more code in it that helps prove that, like, yeah, this works on all these platforms. This project in specific, will it be open source? I don't know yet. I want to build a game. It would be cool if I could sell the game, because I would love to do this stuff more than work my normal job. Normal job gets old after a while, am I right? So I would love to sell the game, but I'm happy to share the code that I do write on stream when I write it. And so you'll at least get some insight into how I'm making this game. Plus, there's no guarantee I will stick to this project. I don't know about you guys, but starting a big project, it's tough to like keep the motivation going and keep the mentality, because eventually it starts off fun, and then you realize like, oh shit, I got to actually write a game or make a game that's fun to play. And I have not done that before. I have always done just boring old modeling simulation stuff. So I'm not like, I won't claim to be a game designer or anything. I have no idea what's fun. What's fun to me might not be fun to the general population. I am going to try and use Raylib because it's easier. It should be able to get it up and running. I think it has enough support for controller. I hope to, I for sure want to get this running on Steam Deck, right? Depending on how I make this game, I might support Android. I don't know about the small screen though. I'd have to like make big buttons, and I don't know if that's the type of game I want to make. Did my dependencies build? Something failed. Okay, dependencies did build. So let me try run configure one more time. When it fails, rebuild it again. Dang it. Rebuilding it didn't work. Installed targets given unknown argument. Why is it doing that? That's CMake list line 29? What is this nonsense? Uh-oh, it's AI trying to fix my issue. Undo. Stupid AI. I need to configure. There we go. All right. Compile. All right, so this is where I will start the editing of the video, and first try. Boom. See, first try. Got it. Easy. Okay, it turns out I do have to handle events. Whoops. I'm sure I know how to handle events. Most graphics libraries have some kind of like pull event thing. Oh, hey, look at that. Pull input events. Is that actually, or did AI make this up? AI may have made that up. All right. How do you actually pull events? Pull. Oh, maybe I don't need a loop. Maybe it's literally just a function. Yeah, and that's part of why I'm using Raylib is it supports all of these platforms out of the box. SDL does too. SDL though is a lot more advanced and gives you a lot more fine control. Um, I think for me, I'm not as interested in writing a rendering engine for my game. And if you're using SDL, it's like really close to being on the verge of writing your own rendering engine. It has some basic 2D stuff, but you still have to like manage your own font glyphs and things like that. Whereas Raylib, I can just load a font and use it. All right, cool. So now I can. Oh, you guys don't see the window. Why didn't you say something? Dang it. Okay, I need to show you guys my cool white box. Let's see here. What's the best way to do this? All right, so I think I need to run it. All right, check it out. That's my cool white box. Except it is over chat. How do I get it under chat? Like this? Aha! There we go. All right. Then I can't maximize it right now. Let's give it a different color. So okay, this isn't. Oh, whoops! I changed the color of the text. Dang it. Okay, so if that's gonna be light gray, this needs to be like. I think dark brown still works, right? Does brown and gray work as a color combination? Did you try the new? I have tried the new SDL3 GPU API. Do I have the project? I got like I mean it's basically like Vulkan and DirectX 12 and Metal, right? You have to like manage everything. You have to manage your render passes, your pipelines, all of that. I got something simple up and running, and then I stopped messing with it because, like I said, I'm not as interested in writing a back like a rendering backend. That's not really what interests me. It's a lot of work, especially to do it well. All right, am I crazy? Why is that not changing color? Did I compile it? Did I compile it? I did. Debug. Hey Miguel. No, I'm not. No, I have not used. I have not used Raylib extensively at all. And yes, I will be lost. I am learning. I see a function called clear background, and it makes me think that that's the clear color. Is that not true? Clear background. Right? Clear background. I'm not crazy. I'm just a little unwell. This isn't going to be one of those situations where I'm like compiling one project and the actual project is what, like, I'm compiling one thing, but I've been running the other thing. That would be awkward. All right, so we'll just do a clean, I guess. I am doing debug, MSVC debug. Configure, isn't there a clean all? Clean all. Compile. What theme am I using? Theme is in for VS Code, I think. That's a great question. I'm sure I grabbed something. Cappuccino for VS Code, I think is what I'm using. And in the icons. And then check out my pets. You see my pets? I can throw them a ball. I thought that was kind of cool. All right. Oh, wait a minute. I know what's going on. No, it did install. I mean, this is a brand new version of Raylib, so I don't know. Let's try black. I'm going to delete my build folder. That's the next step, right? Just delete it. If it's causing you problems, delete it. And then there's no problems left to have. Okay, so installed in debug, installed bin Briarthorn, which is what I've been doing. Build. All right, I don't understand. This worked before. I mean, I have another Raylib project. All right, so here's what I'm going to try real quick. I'm going to revert back to an older version of Raylib and see if that's the issue. Because I've had issues with Raylib 6.0 before, at least through what is provided by a VC package. So I'll check out this version of VC package. Check out, yes. And we'll try this one more time. I'll go ahead and delete the build directory to make sure we're starting clean. And I will run configure, and we'll see what happens. I'm in CPP the easiest way to test colors. Yeah, you're right. Raylib provides those as simple macros. Clearly, those macros aren't working. And so I just want to make sure it's not like a me thing or a Raylib thing. Oh, the old Raylib requires a Windows library. Hang on. I know how to fix this. This I do know how to fix. We have to... Oh, apparently AI knows how to fix it too. And it works. All right, so that must be a Raylib 6.0 slash VC package issue. I'm sure there's probably a way to configure VC package to make sure Raylib 6 works with it. It clearly is just not working for me right now. But that's okay. I can just use 5.5 until I'll probably spend some time on my own to track down what's going on there. Cool. All right. Where the hell do I begin? I have a I have a window. Now I need to turn it into that game I showed earlier. I also want to set window flags. Is it window set window state? Make it resizable. Ooh. Okay. So let me ask you guys this. What should my data format be for like configuration? I was thinking, like, I've used XML extensively, but that gets really verbose and, like, it turns into a wall of text, crits you for 9,000. I've done JSON. JSON's fine. JSON doesn't support comments, and from a configuration perspective, I would love to have a way to comment things out for testing purposes. I have considered YAML, but YAML like is really dependent on white space, which is I'm not a huge fan of because it's very easy to like introduce bugs. So I am considering something like Toml, which I've never used before. And I'm wondering if that's what I want to do. Because like with my Godot game, I had like hard like predefined data sets for the different types of enemies that were in the game. And so that's what I was thinking I would do. If you hate yourself, you can do YAML. Yeah, that's my worry is YAML. So I might try Toml. Toml looks pretty straightforward. It looks like it's a fairly simple INI. My only concern, and I don't know enough about Toml, but I think I eventually want to like nest objects maybe, or maybe I just accept that I won't or can't and just define everything flat. Maybe that makes things easier. I'm not sure. Um, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. I'm also. Hmm, hmm. I know where we're going to start. We're going to start by getting something up and running, and we're going to work on timing. Everyone knows how to do timing in C++, right? All right, so let's just get like a rectangle or something that represents a player. Draw rectangle. Um, oh, that's a big orange box. Oh, oh, I'm in debug. Let's make that a lot smaller. Let's just do like 64 by 64. Is there a way for me to just run this debug? What's the command for this? Is that just F5? No. Isn't there like a command to debug? This will run it. Okay. All right, so there is the orange square. Oh, this thing takes a second to close. Maybe I gotta click with a little bit more force. Hey yo, Joe, how's it going? All right. Well, anyway, let's get a little bit of timing set up. So I know this is, let's see, that's inputs. So this is effectively rendering. So that's the render step. I'm going to have, and this is the event step. So this is where we're going to collect and build our input events that we are going to feed to the rest of the game. So this is inputs. We're going to have an update step, of course, right? So this will be your dynamic update. This is what happens every frame, not on a fixed time step. But we're also going to need like a fixed time step. So this will be like your update fixed step. And then rendering is probably going to have to do some interpolation to smooth out the fixed step from the dynamic step. But that's fine. Gotta go have fun. See ya, Yikes. Appreciate you stopping by. And the update step, well, I think it's the update fix step is where we're going to handle a lot of our like physics like simulation stuff. So movement, acceleration, velocity, that kind of thing. So this would be where we would update entities, for instance. So I might have let's say I have a game world. And I have an entity. And I'm going to move all of this stuff around once we have something up and running, and we'll start working on our project organization. We also want to use GLM for its math. That makes life easy on us, because then I don't have to worry about adding more math. Less code I have to write, you know? So this becomes GLM vec2 position. So the entity has a position, and we'll use that entity to draw our rectangles. Ooh. I wonder... I wonder what it'll take to bog down my GPU. Because I'm running okay, oh my god. I don't know if you guys can see that. We are currently in debug, running at 15,000 frames a second. That's in debug. Oh, thanks, Jane. I appreciate it. Nothing special. I just picked, actually, I don't even know what I picked. I picked the King Arthur soundtrack. And then it plays other stuff. All right, so we're running at 15,000 frames a second, drawing a couple of things. God, computers are so fast. It blows my mind. Our world will have a collection of entities. Cool. We will initialize our world. And we will create an entity, I think. Except not like that. I don't want to do that. And then here, what we can do is loop over our world. Oh, it's already ahead of me. Look at this. Does it only take integers? It does only take integers. That's okay. All right, a solid 15,000 frames a second. Good deal. All right. So that's going to be the render step. In fact, we can even clean this up a little bit more and just say, hey, render world. Make sure that's still good. Still good. Okay. Now we render our world. Perfect. So now we need to work on... Let's give this guy a velocity, I think. We'll just have him move like really slow, right? Ooh. Oh, I'm gonna fall asleep on you guys. Let's see here. Velocity. We have an entity. Except now this becomes dot position equals. Except this needs to be on the other side. Does that work? Initializer list is not a valid template argument. Rude! Entity takes a velocity and a position. Okay. Make sure that still runs. All right, that still runs. Perfect. We're getting there. All right, so with velocity and time, I can update position. But we want to do that in a fixed deterministic way. So we need to add some timing. So I've already included chrono. So we're going to have a start time. With a steady clock of now. Right, meow. And then we need to also track what our current time is, which is going to also be start. And then at the beginning of our frame, we are going to grab our elapsed time, which should be now minus current. Do I not need... I don't like doing this. That's why, yeah, I don't like doing this. So current equals now. This should become current minus start. I don't need the count. Why are you doing this, stupid AI? Current minus start. Then start becomes current. Okay. But we also need to accumulate our time. So we need standard chrono. Steady clock, duration, accumulate. Accumulate plus equals elapsed. Now we can start building our fixed time update. So, what is our fixed time rate going to be? Honestly, it could be whatever we want it to be. I'll probably just, for the sake of easy math, stick it to like 100 hertz. Probably don't even need it to be that. Could just be 60. So let's say... I'll just call it interval for now. 10 milliseconds, 100 hertz. While accumulate is greater than interval, Except it autofilled. So I need to create a this is like render. I need an update. Auto update world, which needs a delta time. I think I'm just going to do a float because everything, like once we actually start rendering everything, it's going to be floating point precision anyway. So I probably don't need double precision for anything I'm going to do for this game. Delta time. So velocity times time should give us position. Okay. So that will give us our fixed interval update. Got to give it a velocity for that to work, though. Velocity, velocity. Let's give it 1 pixel a second to the right. Is that too? Let's see. How big is the window? 1280, I think. Where did the 1280? So if we go 1 pixel to the right a second, we would get, that'd take way too long. All right, let's do 100 pixels per second. So it would get across the screen in about 12 seconds if this is accurate at all. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012. I probably counted a little fast, but close enough, right? All right, so we have a fixed time step to handle our physics calculations. Now, this was something I was reading about. We might want to render a frame behind the physics, not even like a frame, but enough behind the physics to smooth out the motion to do interpolation. So I've never done this before, so I kind of want to just see if I can get it to work or if I even understand what I'm trying to do. That's what practice is for. So I need to interpolate, and in order to do that, I'm going to need a previous position on this guy, which I'll call position previous. Sure, why not? So whenever we update position, entity.position previous. So then what I think I can do is I calculate an alpha. Oh my gosh, it already knows what to do. Except I don't need to do this here. This is updating the position. That's not what I want to do. No, stop it. Anyway, I calculate an alpha, which I need to pass into the render function. So then, no, it's still, I want to use in C++ 20 or 23, there's a new function called lerp that I wanted to try. C math. Render. Cannot convert GLM vec2 to long double. That's fair. I tried. Okay, so I need to do the lerp inside a I'll just do const auto x equals static cast int lerp. We'll do it again. Lerp. So then I can just pass in X and Y. Lerp all the things. For a sec, I misread the coding tag as cozy, and I thought, yeah, this is cozy. Wait, there it is. Now you're getting it, Joe. Now you're getting it. Oh. Should I? What does lerp take? Float. I think it went flying off the screen. Or it's not there. It might just not be there. Okay, time for some debugging. X and Y is 3,000. That's not right. I might be doing this wrong. Alpha is 50. That doesn't seem right. Let me go to the next frame. All right. I gotta look this up because I am doing it wrong. Accumulator over delta time. Oh, I think I have to calculate. I might be using this wrong. I think this is correct, but I don't think I'm using. I'm trying to use an alpha value or linear interpolation, but I'm not sure this is correct. Verify. Yeah, the fraction of time elapsed within the current fixed time step interval, which is proper value. Between 0 and 1 smoothly interpolates between the previous position and position. So why am I getting... So my accumulate... I'm subtracting the interval. My accumulate's getting really big, I think. First frame should be 0. Current... Wait. Yeah, this is the current time. Yeah, current minus starts the elapsed time. This can be const. Update the start time. Accumulate. Well, intervals greater than subtract. Can I? Wait a minute. Why is this not getting called? Am I getting stuck inside a loop infinitely? While accumulate is greater than interval. Subtract. Okay, there we go. Okay, so alpha is massively big, and that's not what should be happening. Oh, wait a minute. Oh man, this might be a gotcha. Hang on. Let me verify. The loop, the loop might be running so fast that it can't compute, or like the calculations are accumulating too quickly. This the short cross 300k. Are you kidding me? That's terrifying. It's actually kind of stressful. I had to stop reading the comments. I wanted to answer questions to people, but it was just too much. And I don't even think it has that many comments. It was just a lot. I think I need to put a sleep here to slow the loop down because the delta is becoming too huge. No? Dang it. I thought that was it because I've ran into that issue before. Oh no, it won't let me close. Abort! Alright, what is happening? This is weird. Accumulate interval 10 milliseconds. Okay, let's see if I get into this loop. If I don't get into this loop, that's a problem as well. Okay. So accumulate is... Oh, I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. Duh. My units are wrong, guys. My units. The article I was reading about fixing your time step, it's all in seconds. My accumulate is in nanoseconds. So I need to convert. What's the best way to do this? So this is in. Okay, so if I don't do a count, will this still do division? Ooh, but it won't do floating point division probably. So I need to do something like using seconds equals standard chrono duration float. I think it had it. There we go. So I need to convert the time to seconds first, and then calculate the alpha. Look at how so much smoother that orange is moving than it was before. Can't you guys tell? All right, cool. It's crazy how much slower your application will run with a simple print statement. We were going from like 15,000 frames a second down to only 7,000. All right, we're back. We got our 15,000 frames a second back. We're good. All right, as long as I can keep the game at 15,000 frames a second, I think it will sell. I don't know why the window is like struggling to close. Is that a debug artifact? I'm going to switch this to release and see what happens. What is that? It's like really struggling to close. I'll have to research that. Okay, let's go back to debug. Okay, so I've got basic interpolation going to handle rendering between our physics steps so that we get a smidge smoother. Not that anyone's probably ever going to really notice. So the next thing I probably want to do is define my scenario. So I need to start at, I need to move this logic into an actual library here, which is what I started over here. So we're gonna have a game world, which is gonna essentially be our state. Maybe I'll call it game state. It needs DLSS 5. Oh, we gotta be careful. If we make it DLSS 5, I think that's like, doesn't that turn that into real life? think I caused... Oh, access violation. Access violation. Oh, works now. Okay. So I think... I don't know if I'll keep all my game state in a single file like this. That seems crazy to me, but for simple structs, it's probably good enough. I know modules play a little differently than like header and source files. And so I think it's more inclined to have more stuff defined in a single module than like you would a header and source file. But this is a starting point, I think. And this will be like the runtime state. I'm going to need config time state and also like your level state. Definitely thinking about using Toml. Don't know if I'll need to use other formats. And part of why I want to use Toml is there is a C++ library out there that does serialization for you to Toml. And if you have a C++ 26 compiler, we'll use reflection, which is freaking cool because that means that I can serialize these entities to a Toml file as is without any extra like registration or macros or anything like that. I literally just write my code and it will turn into a config file, which just blows my mind. But we're not there yet. Okay, so we create our world entity state because this stuff up here will eventually become the configuration step. So we have config, inputs. I don't know if I will actually need an update step, just like one that runs every frame. That's probably where I will handle input events to update state or create commands. Because it might be something like, I'm almost picturing a function that will const auto inputs equals poll events, something like that, or gather events, gather inputs, which will essentially grab all the inputs from Raylib for the frame, convert them into this, and then I can pass this around as needed. Trying to keep this simple versus building up a bunch of C++ objects, which is normally what I would do, but when I'm playing around with stuff like this, I like to try things. I like to try writing code in ways I haven't written code before, just to experience it. As of GCC 16.1, it's here somewhere. Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Right there. As of 16.1, which is now available, you can do C++ 26 with reflection. I will probably wait until Clang and Visual Studio also supports it. But man, we are close. I don't actually know if Clang supports it yet. I don't even know what version Clang's on. I'm using 22. I know there's a 23. Oh, can't do it that way. An emphatic no. Does Clang reflection? No. Just an emphatic no, a wall of no. So yeah, I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't know how up to date this oh, this is literally Clang's website. Okay, so Clang's LLVM themselves say no multiple times, so stop asking. Visual Studio reflection support. Oh, no. did I Google that wrong? Visual Studio C++ reflection support. No. Okay, let me try differently. MSVC C++ reflection support. No public support for upcoming C++ 20. I don't know if that's true. I mean, there's Visual Studio 26. Not yet available. The Microsoft C++ language conformance table. Nothing. Yep, I think it's just GCC 16 right now. So when all three get it, that's when I'm probably going to start playing with it. At least trying it out, that kind of thing. It's like, it's going to be like learning a whole new language, though. It's going to take time. And honestly, I'm like, professionally speaking, I'm on C++ 20 right now. If I might retire before businesses start using C++ 26. Or I hope I do. I wanted to look at something here. Okay. I am currently using Windows, but I have WSL for Linux under the hood. So at any point, you guys just say the word, and I go boom, boom, and now I'm in Linux. And I think I still get graphics. It's going to be awkward if I don't get graphics. Because this whole time, I was going to be like, oh, you want me to do Linux? Well, watch this. But I think I get graphics. So let's try it. So I can build for Clang release, for instance. Ooh, I did. Crap. I did have to revert my Raylib version because I was running into issues. I don't know if Raylib 6.0 has an issue itself or if the configuration that comes with the package manager has an issue, but I couldn't get Raylib 6 to render correctly. So I had to jump back a version to 5.5. I'd give it a month or two. I'm sure it'll sort itself out. All right. That's going to build some dependencies on Linux real quick. I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'll be right back. How's it going? So, unfortunately, one downside to my setup, WSL, when interacting with the Windows hard disk, is a lot slower than if I were like writing files to WSL's virtual machine directly because it has to like forward through that virtual machine back to the Windows drive. So it's a little slower to compile, but once these dependencies are compiled, I won't have to do it again. Oh, cool. Yeah, I've not used GTK before, but I have used Mac. Mac was pretty straightforward for me. I think the only thing I had to do for Mac was make sure I specify my CMake OS X system root to point to the Mac OS SDK, and then that the architecture was ARM64, and that'll run on Mac too. I don't have a Mac VM on my computer. Like, am I even allowed to have a Mac VM on my PC? But I do have a MacBook, so I throw it on there to test when I need to. And if I get far enough into this game, I'll probably buy a Steam Deck and throw it on there too. But what's really cool is running graphics in a Linux environment on Windows. Didn't used to be that way when I first started out developing. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's a thing on Windows, right? I usually so I know CMake has a way to do it. I've also done it on Windows, and it's been a minute since I've done it, but I know it's some kind of like pragma that tells it to turn the console off on Windows. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head. Oh, hi Trill. What are you doing? Want to say hi to my stream? Huh? How's it going? Hmm? Do you hear him? Ridiculous. Yeah, imagine living with him. Imagine trying to sleep when he's like in your bed and making that noise. He's in here because he probably wants food. Um. Okay, we're getting there. I think the dependencies have compiled on Linux. You hear the cat? I actually don't know how old he is. A friend of mine found him while walking with her husband, and like he followed them home for a couple miles or something like that, but she couldn't keep him, so they gave him to me. Okay. Compile. Oh, really? So this is not a compile error on Windows. What is it yelling at me about? Oh, it's forcing me to call out fields even if I'm not using them. I don't think I need to do that. I think I can just do this. Um, am I not linking against GLFW? I thought I was. Oh, oh, wait a minute. Everyone knows how to link static libraries, right? You always link the one that requires all the dependencies first. Where did I do that? So I link raylib after glfw, and you have to do it before because raylib needs to know that glfw exists. So let's do that up here, I guess. See if that works. Hi, buddy. What are you doing? You come and hang out? Did I know MSVC doesn't support VLAs? I don't know because I'm not 100% sure what a VLA is. Or if I know what it is, I haven't heard it called that. Okay, so that worked. So yeah, I had my static library link order incorrectly. Let's see. So that was clang release installed bin. So let's give that a shot. /build Linux clang release installed bin. Oh, you guys don't see it. Dang it. That shows up as a different window. Are you kidding me? Hang on. Oh, is it going to show up as a black screen? Oh, there we go. Oh, sweet. There you go. Oh, that's chat's hidden. There you go. So this is Briarthorn running on Linux on Windows. Pretty cool. So yeah, that works. It's just a little quicker to do development on Windows. Yeah, just a slight. So the way it works, as I understand it, is through that WSL2 virtual machine. In order to show graphics, it's basically a Windows remote desktop. So you're probably not going to get the greatest performance doing that. Plus, on top of all that, I am running inside a Docker container while doing that. So I'm on Windows. I have WSL. Inside WSL, I have a Docker container. And inside that Docker container, I run my application, which gets streamed back out to Windows through remote desktop. I'm trying very hard to not build a game engine, okay? Because I have built game engines over the course of my lifetime for fun, and I have no game to show for it, you know? I don't know if you ever hear about that. Everyone wants to work on their game engine, but then you never get a game, which is perfectly fine. Don't get me wrong. You learn a lot building a game engine. I'm trying to do something a little simpler this time around. I'm trying to just build the game. We'll see how that goes. I don't know. I really don't. How do I get the Windows app to not have a console? I'm using Raylib and GLFW, so I'm also launching it through VS Code. Let me launch it through Windows itself and see what happens. Because I probably have the terminal, it's just VS Code's consuming it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I still have the terminal showing up. You don't see it on screen because I'm not showing all the windows. I can show you my desktop real quick. Right. So I do have the console window. So, like I said, the way I know CMake has a way to get rid of it. I also know you can do a pragma for Windows to get rid of it. So let me see if I can do that real quick. And I bet, honestly, I bet the AI could help with this too, because it's literally you're just trying to like Google how to turn this off. Write a pragma to remove the console window for Win32. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, I lost it. There it is. So it's a linker flag to say on Windows, skip the main, or is it skip the main entry point, or it's probably just specifying the entry point. Let's see if that does anything. Okay, I'll switch back to desktop. Launch my application. No console window. So that's one way you can do it. I don't remember what the CMake configuration is off the top of my head, but that also does it. Thank you, this guy. Appreciate it. But for now, I'm going to use that console because it'll help for debugging purposes. I don't want to hit you. Sorry. All right. I gotta help my cat out. I'll be right back. Come on. Come on. Hey ZDev, how's it going? Oh, the chat's gone. Here we go. I had the wrong thing up. Okay. What was I doing? I was thinking about creating some state to gather inputs. I could honestly store this. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, you're using C. Oh, yeah. Then you, I don't know how to. I wouldn't know how to do it on C. It'd probably have to be CMake then. That would set that for you. Mm. And it's usually like a well, it's a link option, right? We saw that it was a linker thing, so I think you have a like a CMake link option is probably what you need to Google. Okay, so where am I rendering? I'm rendering here. I'm curious. Oh my god. Is it not like this? Draw rectangle. Draw. Gamepad. What is gamepad? Gamepad is 0. Xbox alias. All right. For my C++ heads, we don't use macros for constants. All right, I just need Xbox. I don't need all. What is all this? PlayStation, I don't need. Maybe generic. Oh, it's an image. I just won't draw the texture. No C style casting in C++. Yeah, there's like oh, do you just make it a Win32 app? Maybe that. Let me try that. Let's see. Life in the US is good. So far so good. USA is really big, so in my corner of the world, can't complain. Funnin doesn't mean anything in particular. It was just a name that I had when I played at this point, a fairly old MMO called EverQuest, if you've ever heard of that. I used to have a druid I played there called Funnin Spirit Runnin, because in EverQuest you got to have a second name once you got to a certain level, and it stuck with me. Yeah, it might not work. I'd have to see it. The other part of this is see. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Target link options. This is what I was expecting you to have to do. Is right here. Target link options. Um, Again, I've only done that with C++. You're using C, so if there are differences, then you're in a different realm than I am, than I'm experienced with. Draw a circle. Thanks, Triple T. I appreciate it. Don't give me too much credit yet because so far all I have drawn is an orange box. Come see me again in a couple of months, and if I still only have an orange box, then you can take your statement back. Oh wait, do I need to have the oh, what did I do? I don't know what I thought was going to happen. I thought it was going to draw at least some stuff. I got to figure out what that's doing. My I might be using the polling events wrong. What made me try out GameDev? Um, it is similar to the modeling and simulation work I've done as a career. So I have a general idea of like what systems I would want to use in C++ to make game dev happen. Plus, it's a challenge, right? Making a game is difficult. Even like a simple game, you think like the old 2D games, Pong, Snake, some kind of like Pac-Man style game. Like the inputs and the math is kind of simple, but it still takes some effort. Like you still got to know what you're doing. So making a game is difficult. And so it's kind of a challenge to myself. And it's an excuse to try out new C++ language features that I haven't gotten to use before. Let's get the mic in a little bit closer. So yeah, that's kind of why game dev. It's just something to do, and it's good practice for me. Do I do videos as well, like YouTube videos? So I want to. I don't have a lot of time in the day. I do have a video on the way, at least a part 1 on how to like set up your C++ environment to support all of these CMake presets that I'm doing. But it's a lot, and I don't know how well received it's going to be, kind of thing, especially after that short that I put out. But that should be coming. I don't know exactly when, and if that does okay, then I'll release parts because there's like a part 1, which is get presets up and running so you can build a hello world. I think part 2 is getting it working on Linux, and then part 3 is hello triangle, and maybe WebAssembly, and then part 4 is Android or something like that. Yeah, programming is my occupation. I've done C++ for about 15 years. And among that, I've done a little bit of Python. I'm by no means a Python expert, but I'm aware it exists. I can get something up and running with it. It has all kinds of language features that I am not familiar or comfortable with. I have dabbled in a language called Dart with a framework called Flutter to build a mobile app. So I have a mobile app I am working on releasing on the Play Store at some point, hopefully this year. We'll see how that turns out. What else have I done? I've done all kinds of other like DevOps types of stuff, software pipelines, automation, Docker, all that fun stuff. What sort of things did I simulate? I did stuff like trying to think how to describe it. So it was mostly like defense, if you will. So aircrafts, flying aircraft in the air, and visualizing that, showing it in 3D. You can imagine and I also did a little bit of I worked with the original Oculus SDK, so the development kit for Oculus, and we used to use OpenGL graphics to render to the Oculus display, and it would be 2 eyeballs. And back in the day, I mean, VR has gotten so much better technology wise, but back in the day, you used to have to render to a left and right texture and then apply a almost like a fisheye shader around the textures so that you could trick the person into thinking they were looking in 3D. And then we would drop their viewpoint into a 3D world, and then the Oculus cameras would track where they look. And so we would render to their eyes essentially where they were looking in that world, and then we would receive like data across the internet showing where these aircraft are, and then you could like be in the world walking around and you could see the aircraft fly by. It was pretty cool. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Oh, I mean, you're gonna hear this from everyone when you ask about advice on where to like start, and that's to build something, right? I got into programming from developing on a graphics calculator, and I would. I think I've already said this before, but don't tell this to my teachers from the past. But I would I would program all the equations into my calculator so that I would have the answers to the test basically, because then I would just input the values of the equations and then it would spit it out. Turns out, in order to actually program that on a calculator, you do kind of have to understand the equations. So I kind of learned anyway. So I think I tricked myself into learning. But yeah, it's just working on something. You got to have the interest. I've always had the interest. I think when I was 13, I got into writing web pages in HTML4. I had an HTML4 for dummies. Oh my gosh, that my website might still exist. Hang on. Oh man, how do I even begin to find this website? AL Go Tinks tripod. Dang it. I swear I looked at this the other day. But anyway, I used to make Dragon Ball Z RPG websites when I was 13. And that's kind of where it got started. Oh man, where is this thing? Oh, there it is. There it is. So Google can't find it, but DuckDuckGo can. Or I thought it could. Why is it not showing? It's not showing it now. I searched the exact same thing. Weird. Oh, it's not. Okay, the website's not loading. Never mind. The website might be dead at this point. But there used to be websites like Tripod, GeoCities, Angel Fire, where anyone could create an account. It's like one of the original social media sites where you would build your own website and customize it and put anything you want on it. So I would create Dragon Ball Z RPGs where you could come by and be like, hey, I want to go into the time chamber and train for a year and increase your stats. And then, hey, I want to fight this person. And it would all be through like email. That's how I got started. And then I went to college, got a degree. And while I was at college, I found an internship. It so happened to be C++. Now, I learned C++ in college, but the internship happened to be C++. So I stuck with it and got a job offer from that internship and have been doing it ever since. Oh, the lag from the dual camera setup. So I would get motion sickness, especially from the original SDK. I got motion sickness because, like I said, I was simulating like aircraft. And so one of the things we did was almost like a flight simulator. we could take the aircraft that we're flying, put your point of view inside the cockpit while you were wearing the VR headset, and it would feel like you were in the aircraft. But because of like the frame rate, it was, I would get sick to my stomach. And I remember my boss coming to me wanting marketing material, so I had to like load up the simulation and the the Oculus environment, and I have to like run the simulation while wearing it so I could get screenshots of it actually like running. And I almost threw up trying to create marketing material for the Oculus SDK. All right, this gamepad thing was a failed experiment, I think. Is gamepad button, so I can make use of that. It's supposed to draw a circle. I guess I can debug it. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. It's there. What the heck? Oh my god! Look! Googly eyes! I got googly eyes! All right, sweet. That works. Heck yeah. All right. Cool. Oh, there is some text. It might be hard to see. It says, what does that say? Detected axis 6. Oh, it has additional axes. I wonder. Oh, that's hard to read. -1 to 1, -1 to 1. So that's so not pressed is -1, pressed is 1. Okay, so this is axis 0 and 1, which makes sense. So it's going to be like -1, 1, -1, 1. So -1 is up for Y. That's -1, 1, and then button presses. So if I click down on the thumbsticks, start, select. Oops. Apparently, home button. Nope. Every time I hit the home button, it opens up my Steam. Okay, cool. That's all I really needed. I just needed to know it works. No, the marketing material didn't say the FPS amount. It was all just taking action screenshots. Okay. All right. So this is getting kind of a mess. I definitely want to stage my version of VC package. Unfortunately, I couldn't get Raylib 6 to work yet. It's still something's going on with it. I don't know if it's me, VC package, or if there's a bug with Raylib. I do want static builds. I do want to link against WinMM. I think with Raylib 6, this goes away because they were talking about rolling their own changes, which is exciting. Less dependencies. Module. I want. Game state is simple. Okay, so I need to figure out. I want to just get something up and running, right? Make it look like we're making progress, because progress makes it feel like you're making progress. Progress makes you feel like you're making progress. You quote me on that. But we want to feel like we're making progress so we stay motivated. So I don't really need this gamepad stuff right now. It's good to know it works, so I can always go back to Raylib's website to grab this. So I don't really need to hold on to it. I also need to figure out why I can't, or why closing the window is so difficult. Maybe it's a VS Code thing, actually. Let me try. Let me try just launching it directly from Windows here. You guys see that? Yeah, you saw that, right? I clicked on the X, it did not close. I have to like double click it almost. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the examples. They're not even pulling for events for their basic window. That doesn't help. Here, they're handling events. Oh, I wonder if it's because of this. This is probably not the way I want to do my loop. It's definitely not how I want to do it long term. Let me try changing that real quick. So instead of waiting or asking if window should close, we really want like a flag. So while running, we pull the events if this is awkward. I actually don't know how do I get like the close event for a window? Event is well, dang it. Okay, maybe that's what it is then. Maybe it's literally just running equals something weird's going on. I don't know why it doesn't want to close. Someone message me. All right, well, we'll just accept that there's a delay when closing the window for now, and then I'll probably just do some research tonight or sometime in my free time while I can sit and think. Okay, so let's draw some range rings. So I want to create, I want to separate UI rendering from like game rendering, I think. Just so it's easy to for me to find it and be able to edit files more quickly. So do I create UI folder? And in this UI folder, do I create an arc? No, it wouldn't be an arc. Arc would be like a drawable thing. I want like actual UI. This would be like a range ring. Yes, I have tried import standard. It's pretty cool. It does not play nice with third-party libraries that don't support it, unfortunately. Now, there are third-party libraries that are starting to. they'll have like a macro that you can define or something like that, which will swap from including STL headers for the import standard. But I don't know if enough third-party libraries have started doing that for me to use it. I haven't tried recently, so maybe some things have changed. I'm not sure. But I dream of the day where it's just all modules everywhere. So we're gonna render. This would almost be like render game, render UI. So with like a situational display, you want the ability to like zoom in and out. Maybe I can show you real quick. So you want this. Like, oh, I can zoom into 10 kilometers, or I can step all the way out to 160 or 320 kilometers. So that's kind of like your projection. That's how you project the world onto the display. And so you're basically changing what the world looks like to the player. So if the scale of the world is 1-to-1, then the projection scale is 1, and then this changes based on different percentages. I'm trying to decide if it makes sense to start writing some classes. Because there's going to be game state, there's going to be UI state. Pass the game state in. I want to render, you know what? I also need like a player. Struct entity. An entity can be a player technically. So if I do this right, I want to be able to assign some definition to the different entities I create. So that's going to be almost like loading a file, which is this config step. So we load config, which contains our entity definitions. Now, almost might look like path world, right? When zooming in and out, should there be a snappy ease in and ease out animation? I guess it depends what kind of game I want to make. I can tell you, like on a real aircraft, it doesn't really do that. Doesn't mean a game version of this could do that. I'm not sure. Because sometimes, like in real time, you want that information quick, right? You just want to know right away, like boom, 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 like oh shoot, the guy's out there. So if I load config, this would. Okay, so we have game state. We're gonna need like static state or database state. That will be where the toml files are. I load the toml files with everything I need. But I don't need that right now. What I need right now is a way to describe except I'm not really gonna, well, I can hold on to velocity for now. I don't really want to use that to move my. No, actually, I don't want this. I want position. I want engine. I'll just start bringing over some of the stuff I used from the previous game here. So the engine will have a throttle and a brake. That will throttle plus your stats. Engine, position. Any D&D fans out there? Strength, dexterity or agility, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. It's a aircraft RPG with D&D-ish stats. Whew. All right, so what I'm thinking about is I'm trying to figure out the like static definition of things. So thinking about how I want to build this game up via configuration, what that data might look like, because I'll eventually have oh, I'll probably have it in here somewhere. New folder, call it database, and inside here might be the database.toml, like the root file, so that when my game loads, this load config is going to be like path to database.toml, assuming that's the file type I want to land on. I'm assuming, oh gosh, I just don't know anything about toml. Other than it's like INI. Okay, you can give it a title. Cool. You can give it, what is this, like a group or something? A type. So it's the owner type. Looks like it supports arrays and arrays of arrays. What is this? Is this nested types? Temp targets? Tables. Maybe that's what this is, a table? Or is this whole thing a table? Array of tables, integers and floats, booleans, dates and times with optional offsets. Okay, standard string types. That's cool. Integers, cool. Oh, these are just names. These aren't, you're not actually specifying the type. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. I'm wanting to know if I can load a list of files. I guess I could just write my own file or my own code to do that if I wanted to. Yo, one last message. I ran CMake with the linking thing to tell it no console and it worked. Now I just need to add the conditions and add. Heck yes. All right, that is awesome. That's so relieving when you finally like fix a problem you've been stuck on. That is so cool. You can absolutely watch. I only know C++. We'll get along. I'm actually in the middle of learning Toml, and I am totally going to remember everything I am looking at as I scroll through this, and I will replicate it instantly. Oh, there's a mime type for Toml. I didn't know that. That's cool. I wanted to see if... Okay. So we're doing fruit.physical. So the thing I was looking at this earlier. And so for like my game, I might have an entities folder. And inside the entities, maybe I describe my fighter types, right? And the fighter types would be like, oh, I guess I can add a title. Is this plain text? Do I not have a... Ooh, do I need an extension for Toml? Last updated a year ago, so that's not terrible. All right, let's try it. Oh, you use Toml? Nice. Well, I'm learning. I realized I wanted something simple to configure my game with, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to use JSON because that gets messy really quick and it doesn't support commenting. And I want to be able to like do actual commenting for configuration and documentation purposes. So my understanding is I can do something like fighter dot. It thinks I'm doing a fantasy weapon, but I'm not. I'm doing like a fighter dot basic. Like this is the basic bad guy, right? And it will have, I don't really want to name. Its type will be basic. Its engine, its engine will actually be controlled by motion systems, so I don't think I need an engine here. I need stats. So is this how this works? So if I want to do like kinetic equals 7, maneuver equals 5, durable equals 5, compute equals 4, sensor equals 3, stealth equals 2. Not very stealthy, right? So I'm hoping, I'm going to use a C++ library to deserialize this. I'm hoping that means I can deserialize my entity struct, because this type, like all these types are going to be entities. I guess I could just start there. And then I could have fighter dot, we'll go simple now. We'll just call it boss. So it's type boss. And boss moves really fast. It's more durable. Maybe not that fast. Maybe it's more like 6. Durable, and it's a little smarter. Okay. So the other piece of this puzzle is I want to be able to define visual elements, because my game, I'm just going to be drawing simple shapes like triangles, squares, pentagons, just polygons. Oh, my cat's here. Hey, what do you want? What are you doing? What? What? Can't you see I'm busy? Huh? Can't you see I'm busy? Little twerp. Um, but eventually I want something like, I don't even know what I'd call it. So like in Godot, you call it a scene. I would want to call it polygon. Sure. Oh. But I don't want to do it like this. I want to be able to define the polygons in a separate file and then reference that data with this. I don't know if I can do that. You know what? Is that like the table of tables? All right, watch out, buddy. Hey, I'm gonna scoot in. Come on, watch out. There we go. Because this would be like my entities. I would have some polygon definitions, which might be like, and then I would want to be able to do something like polygon equals basic dot toml. Maybe I can do this and I just have to write extra steps to the parsing. Or it's a little more generic. No. I'll have to think about this one. But let's keep things simple. Let's we don't need to like do everything at once. So I would expect then so polygon type would have points, right? So that makes sense. And my enemy is like a unit length scalable like isosceles triangle. Entity component system light. I don't want the complexity of a full-blown entity component system. To give you an idea, I was playing around with one last stream with Pong, right? Pong, 2 paddles, a ball, a couple of other things being rendered. And I'll show you what the code looks like as soon as I remember where I put it. I will have to swap to my desktop. But when I saw the code, I'm like, I just don't know if I want to. I don't know if my game is going to be complex enough to have to deal with this, right? I'm going to have a handful of types. Let's see, desktop. All right. So this is what's the best way to show this to you guys? Need to do it like this. Okay. So this is Pong, right? And it's full-blown entity component system. I'm using a library called Flex, FLECS. And it's cool. Like I do like it. I like it a lot actually. It's just a lot. It's just a lot. Especially for something simple. My game might become more complex, and if that's the case, then maybe a more ECS system is needed. But generally speaking, ECS, the trade-off, like the reason you go ECS route is because you have a very specific need for it, right? You're probably dealing with thousands upon thousands of entities that all need individually updated and iterated upon. You got to render them all to the screen. Maybe you're doing some kind of like real-time simulation game, like I'm gonna say a game and age myself, but like Command and Conquer, right? StarCraft, those types of games, they might make use of an entity component system like this. It's just a lot. And I don't know if I need it for mine, because I'm picturing for my game, you're basically like a player, an aircraft dropped into some kind of scenario or engagement. You're gonna fight a number of enemies with different abilities. There might be some boss enemies. There's going to be some stealth characteristics where you're going to have to figure out who's out there, so you don't like shoot down the good guy and figure out who the bad guys are. Maybe there's some like hard mode challenges to this game where if you can defeat the boss without defeating the enemies around the boss, maybe you get bonus rewards, so on and so forth. But even in my most complex imagination, I'm talking like tens of entities, maybe 100, right? So I don't think I need it. Otherwise, ECS is awesome. I love it. All right, a triangle is 3 points. I learned that in school. Why did it format like that? Oh, because it got smaller. Oh, can I not keep it like this? The top point is going to be... does anyone know, does Raylib render negative Y up? Where did I... Let's see, I'm starting at position 100, 100. So yeah, negative Y is up. Okay. So my basic fighter polygon... Ooh. That's a bad name. Negative Y is up, so that means will you stop trying to enter a freaking fourth point, you stupid autocomplete. Negative 0.5. What just happened? Oh, wait, can I... Oh. Oh my god. Stop it. Centered, negative 5 up. So I need to go negative 5 down, or positive 5 down, so 0.5. And then because this becomes a unit length shape, I will be able to scale it to whatever size I need it to be, which will be defined by the style configuration of my game. So I'm going to have like entity configuration, basic polygons, and then eventually I'm going to have a style which will define the configuration of like my UI and how things get rendered, what colors they use. So there's a trade-off here, right? I could be using Godot, which gives me all of that, but you got to kind of hunt and peck through the system, or I can still use C++, but still make my game like usable, relatively hot reloading via all these configuration files. So I built up these configuration files to basically tweak game behavior and how it looks. That'll make it a lot easier in the long run to maintain and develop this application more quickly. Polygon points, negative 0.5. And then I don't want it to actually be 1 unit length wide. I want it to be less than that. So I'll probably, actually, I could probably look it up what I did with Godot. So that's basically what I did. So what is that? Negative 0.5, negative 0.3. So negative 0.3 to 0.3 is what I did. Okay. So that would effectively create a fighter basic toml file. Yeah, GDScript is really nice. It was really easy for me to learn and use. I didn't really have any complaints with the scripting language itself, for sure. Let's rename this fighter. Okay. Come here, cat. Come here. Hang on. Come here. You have to pay the toll before I go get you food. Say hi to everyone again. Yeah. Say hi. You're gonna keep bugging me. You gotta say hi. Come on. It's right there. There you go. Yeah, there you go. All right, let's go. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, he just needed me to walk him to his food bowl. High maintenance. Hang on, I gotta text my friend. Your face is a toolbox. Got him. All right. So yeah, it would be cool if I can find a way to do something like this. So I'll leave that for now just to keep my idea down. I think then... Oh, the other piece of this is I need to create mappings to... in order to be able to load the data... I guess I don't need that right now. It's just hard to define it. All right, so game state. We are also going to have, so we have entity types. I'll probably just move this up here, actually. And then we're going to have enum class side. Friendly, hostile, ownership. Let's see, unknown. Friendly, hostile, ownership. Neutral. Something like that. So I don't really need this right now. So that's under database, game state. We're going to import this. Entity will have a type and a side. Oh. Yeah, I don't really okay. I don't really need this right now. We're not doing any of this. Not really. That was just for experimentation. So we don't need this anymore. In fact, what we need is dot position dot engine dot stats dot type. It's not friendly, it's ownership. I am me. No update function now, so our physics loop will leave dangling for now, but that's okay. Okay, cool. And that should still draw something. Okay, we've got something. How's that moving? Didn't I just... Building release. Debug. I need debug. There's no way you're already back. What could you possibly want, dude? Oh my gosh, this freaking cat. Okay. That looks good. That compiles. So this is basically like, if I can figure it out, I want to deserialize the tonal data into state like this. So the player type defines its, or the ownership is going to define its color. Its stats are going to define how fast it can move, how much it can turn, that kind of thing. This is almost like, this is just for like player control type stuff. Um, so I think step one then is I need to build that triangle visualization, put it in the center of the display. The only problem is we're not really going to see him move much because he's going to stay centered. So I'm almost going to need like a camera that looks into the world but keeps what it's looking at centered in the display. Greed has consumed his 7 souls. So it's almost like I need. Okay, so yeah, I need to build up. So even if I don't have the TOML file, I want to build up the database so I can perform the lookup. Because I want to be able to look up the player, and that will determine what shape I grab to draw. And that will be statically defined, loaded into memory only once, and then I query for it based on my type. So in my database, ooh, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I could go with the actual database. Um, I don't want to. I don't want to. That's what it boils down to. I don't want to. I absolutely could use a database, but I don't want to. I don't think my game will get that big that it needs a database, a real database. Uh, I'm just trying to decide if I actually need to bind a visual here, or if I can just use an enumeration to define what it looks like. So if I have the basic fighter enemy, Or I literally just define the polygon inline, call it a day. But I don't know yet. I don't know what I want. So let's just do this for now. And then in main, what I can do is as part of this loading, actually wait a minute. Game state. It's already ahead of me. Wow. This is what I like about AI. Because it has the context of the file I was trying to define and could use that to autocomplete my intention. Okay, so we would load our database toml files. It would initialize the data like so. So now during runtime, I can look up the database using my players or my entity's type to draw it. So that would be this render function right now. So does I assume Raylib has a way to draw poly? Is that what it is? Oh, but that doesn't, that's not what I want, is it? Okay, good. Because I want to be able to like draw points and also give it a position. I'm worried I'm gonna have to like draw. I'm gonna have to draw it as a triangle. Ooh, camera mouse zoom. Maybe I can make use of that for my projection. Hey, there's that VR thing I was talking about where you had to like render to two textures. That's funny. Am I crazy? Is there not an example of... Here we go. Okay, so draw poly takes... takes a center, a number of sides, a radius, a rotation, and a color. That's not quite what I want because that's going to make it equal. So I might just have to literally draw a use draw triangle. Is it triangle strip? I always forget if it's like triangle strip. I think it's triangle strip I want, not triangle fan. Triangle strip. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah. So that's triangle fan. So I want triangle strip if I want to do more complex polygons. Doesn't look like I can just give Rayliv my points for a polygon, which I guess that makes sense. Okay, so for now, I want draw triangle strip, and even though I'm drawing a triangle that's only 3 points, I want something that can handle more points if I so choose to do so. Now, this is still going to be a problem with positioning. I don't think triangle strip takes data. It takes an array of vector 2. Oh. Oh man. So this draws the triangle strip, but it doesn't position it or scale it. Does Raylib let you scale? Ooh, this is kind of cool. Arrow key scaling to left, right, drag, mouse click, click and drag, R reset, toggle, backface calling. Oh, if I do this, cool. But yeah, that's just gonna modify its data. So that probably means I'm going to have to apply the X and Y position to every point, every frame. I think there's a push and pop matrix with RL that I could use too, potentially. This is what I was looking for. This is what I need. This is probably how I actually do my scaling and transformations. That's how you define the color, the vertex. Okay, so that's in the RL header, I think. Include RLGL. Okay, things are looking up. This is promising. All right, so push matrix, translate. What else you got for me? Scale. Perfect. AI's doing it, excuse me, for me. RL begin. But I don't want it to be lines. I want it to be like triangles. RL triangles. Oops. RL in, oops. End. Pop matrix, something like that. Okay. So the color is also going to eventually come from the database as well. And that's going to be based on the side. So we might do like unordered map side color. To start with. Doesn't have to be complex. And then in the game itself, we can define this as, let's see, database entities, database colors. Except ownership is typically like cyan. Neutral would be like yellow. Hostile obviously would be red. Friendly would be RG. Oh, it's saying friendly is blue. Nope. RG. We'll say friendly is green. What is cyan? Is that red and I don't remember what my hex colors are. RGBA, cyan. RG, yeah, red. Okay, green and blue. Green and blue. RG. Friendly green. Neutral is whatever that is. Yellow, I hope. Okay, so that will define colors. So then in here, I have polygon, standard. I don't even. I don't actually. You know what? I don't even need this to be an optional. Because that's copying it. I don't want to copy it. I want to reference it. I guess it's a pointer. I'm being dumb. I don't even need to do this. Because I can just do a default color. And this is where you want something that's like easy to debug, where you know things go wrong. And magenta is always a good one for that. Magenta. If the color is found, set it. What is... unsigned byte. I get it. You can do 4F for float or unsigned byte. But you can't pass in Raylib's color type. Fair. Okay, so assuming we have 3 points, it'll draw a triangle. Hopefully it'll scale the triangle and position this triangle, which should be moving across the screen. Because if we can do this, we now have the ability to control it without having to recalculate every single individual point. Let's see if that compiles. Is it not like that I did this? How's it going, Jan? Going okay for me. This song is making me want to watch Game of Thrones now. Translate F, const F, that looks good. I'm pretty sure it's yelling at me because my data is const. Conditional expression of type const is not valid. No user-defined conversion available. Database entities. Entities dot find world database entities dot find entity types. What am I doing wrong? That should be fine. Is that the issue? Am I not allowed to do what I thought I could do? Thought there was a way. So and this is why I practice, because I thought there was a way you can do these checks inline. But maybe I am wrong. I must have been wrong. Hey, we're one single step closer to making a game. We've got a triangle, ladies and gentlemen. Updating VC package use new branch. Heck yeah. All right. So now I need to learn about the camera so I can always keep this guy centered. Is he moving? Just very slowly? Or is it an optical illusion? It might be an optical illusion. Might be an optical illusion. All right. No, I expect. Oh, right. We don't have velocity anymore because I got rid of that. Because in my game, an RPG, your speed, your maneuvering, etc., is determined by these stats. So I need to create a motion system, if you will. Now I feel like I'm hacking. This feels like hacker music. Like late 80s or 80s hacker music. Okay, so motion, I think just needs to be a function, right? So if we have system motion, it will take a world reference. We iterate over our entities. Now we're going to have to look up. Okay, so what are we missing here? I also need we're also going to need steering, which I don't think I've defined yet. We have position, stats, engine, steering, roll, pitch, yaw, but this is going to be a top-down 2D, so I don't really need this. I need I forget what I need. I need like axes or something. I need to know if I'm turning left or right. Let me I'm going to pull up my previous game here and see what I did. Steering, data, steering. There it is. You know what? Let's just open it up in VS Code here. Oh, roll and pitch. Okay. Roll and pitch. What am I using pitch for? All right, let me look at my old system code. This is what happened. Does anyone else experience this? I feel like it happens more and more the older I get. I don't remember why I did the things that I do. Comment your code. Always comment your code. Don't be like me and have no comments. Okay, so rolling is being used to calculate heading. That makes sense. So the more you roll, but that's not really, I mean, it's just a left or right turn. Hey, C Films, how's it going? Turn rate, roll. So I'm not using like pitch at all, am I? It's just roll, which is left or right. Okay. So I'm gonna change how this is defined, I think. Steering is gonna be like turn. All right, so steering. I'm sorry, cat. I'm sorry. What do you do? What do you want? Huh? All right, one sec. My cat's bugging me again. If I keep ignoring him, he'll chew on my feet. All right. All right. got myself a snack. May have done it wrong. What is better, comments or descriptive function names, variable names? A little bit of both. I prefer good names and variables, but I also don't mind having like a brief description that describes what and or why your code is doing what it's doing. I don't need comments that are like for instance, I see this a lot with my younger developers. Something like this, right? Where I am trying to find a type in this entity database thing. I don't need a comment that says, "Hey, try to find the polygon for the AI updated this for me." So try to find the polygon for the entity type in the database. I don't need this comment. I'm a professional C++ developer. I know how to read C++ code. So I don't need a comment that tells me exactly what the code is doing. Instead, I would want a comment that is more like, hey, render the assigned polygon for the entity if it can be found. You know, something like that. Something that is more than just describing what the function is already doing. All right, so I have steering. Oh, I don't know what it's trying to do here. Oh yeah, Doxygen. I like Doxygen. I I use Doxygen a lot in my at work. And I actually, depending on who I'm working for, sometimes if we require code to be commented or at least documented, by that I mean like the APIs, then with Doxygen you can turn on like warnings or errors and have your software pipelines fail if a developer forgets to add comments. What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I remember what I was doing. I wanted to open up my Godot logic because we're going to try and somewhat reproduce it. So we have our entity. What are you doing, cat? We have throttle, brake, roll. So for here, ooh, where is? I don't remember what header this is in. Algorithm. Hey, stop it. My cat's starting to tear at my rug. He does that when he wants attention. I mean, I've been streaming for a minute, so I don't blame him, I suppose. Okay, so we're gonna clamp. So we want to get our what was that? I don't really need. Yeah, I do. Okay. Once auto throttle equals we need throttle, brake, and roll. Throttle. Hey, stop. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. My cat, I don't get it sometimes. Come on. What are you doing? All right. ADD. Hey, I mean, if you can compile a return 0, you're already 1 step closer than I've ever been. All right, so we turn, and then I'm also going to need, I guess I can just copy this. We're going to calculate speed, position. So we're also going to need position. We're going to need delta time. So delta time, I'm going to pass around as return 0. It just performs the same thing, but I haven't written the parser. That's fair. You got to start somewhere. Start with that. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. We have throttle, brake, turn. So I don't need this anymore. Heading. Oh, that's right. I need to create a heading type. Heading gets tricky because when you're like, especially when you're trying to do angle differences and things like that, you don't want just an angle from 0 to infinity. You want to keep it bound to like 0 to 360, but 0 and 360 are the exact same. And it becomes really bug prone if you have a bunch of code all over the place that deals with zeros or deals with 360s, and then you're trying to do like angular math with that. So I usually like to write a class to handle heading specifically, so that anytime its value becomes 360, I set it back to 0. And that way, all code operates off of the same range of values no matter what, since angles just wrap, right? And I think I've implemented this somewhere as well. Do I have that still? You know what? Let's do a what do we call this? Let's do a coding experiment, if we will. Let's a single type. How bad will AI get it wrong? Or will it get it right? Based on how I describe it and what I need. I won't use the heavy duty one. I'll use the 1x one. One of these is like 15x tokens now, which is insane. In heading.ixx, I want to implement a type that supports an angle from 0 to 360, I never want to store the value as 360. It should always be 0. This type is a float. The underlying data is a float. So some of the stuff I did not tell it to handle is like wrapping, right? What do you do if you give it an angle of like 733 or something like that? So I'm curious to see if it accounts for that from the context of the fact that the class is called heading. Creating file. Uh-oh. Okay. Whew. All right, let's see what it did. It added oxygen comments. It uses the spaceship operator. Has a default constructor that's guaranteed to not throw an exception. Is that true? Did any of my private memory variables allocate anything on the heap? No. Okay. It can also accept a floating point value as degrees, but it's going to invoke a normalize function, a static normalize function called degrees, using fmod. So I think this is going to be the wrapping function, so that's good. Wrap the parameter degrees into a 0 to 360 not inclusive using floating point modulo, any angle value. This will probably be a good time to also get a test written to make sure that's kosher. Then it adds some plus and minus equal operators for floats to make sure those values get normalized between 0 and 360, so that's good. I mean, it looks okay. I'm not seeing anything totally egregious. Does it compile? It might, but my code doesn't. Okay. So heading is in Briarthorn heading. Game state. Because I need an entity as a position and a heading. Do I wrap these together? I think I want to wrap those together. So we had a kinematics type. I think that's where I'm going to put it. Yeah. I want to wrap that together. So instead of position, this is now kinematics. It's going to have a position and a heading. Oh, did I not give it steering? Whoops. Okay, so kinematics, steering, an engine, the game stats, a type, kinematics. Okay, so we're getting one step closer. I'm gonna hard code this value for now, I think. So this needs to be like, yeah, this isn't right. Because we're doing degrees per second, so we'll do like 3 degrees per second to start with, but I'm gonna build a data map to define like what your stats, what kind of like maneuverability skills your stats give you. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone hanging out, honestly. This is the most I've had watch my stream. And I apologize if I'm not chatting with you the whole time. I'm just trying to concentrate. At least write a little bit of code. I don't know if anyone else has tried to write code with a bunch of people watching them, but your brain kind of locks up sometimes. It's almost like I am getting interviewed. Have you guys ever had that situation where you're like in the middle of an interview and you know how to do stuff, but you just like your brain just like locks up? Good night. Okay, so heading delta. Okay, so we're gonna calculate an acceleration. That's also going to be a lookup value. So I will say 5 pixels per second acceleration times your entity engine throttle. But if the brake is being held, you also want to account for the brake. We need a speed. I don't need that. Max speed will be like 500 pixels per second. And then we need to calculate our direction vector, also known as our velocity vector, based on our heading. Degrees to radian, radian to degrees. I know that there is a new constant in C++ for pi, but I don't know if it has degrees to radians conversion built in. Yeah, there's standard numbers pi now, which is kind of freaking cool. Um, doesn't look like it. Looks like I'm just gonna have to write my own. Okay. Perfectly fine. We'll just do it already knows what I'm trying to do. Okay, so degrees to radian, except that won't fit my naming convention I've set. Radians 2 degrees. Holy moly. Ooh. I might want to change the name of that again. It's kinematics.previous, kinematics.current. Doesn't quite make a lot of sense. It's not the greatest. Okay. Okay, so that gives me my current X and Y updated position based off of speed. Oh, I see what I did wrong. All right, that compiled. We are one step closer to a little bit of game logic that I can attach to that triangle I rendered and maybe hook up a controller before I go to bed. I think once I get that running, I'm probably going to call it. But let's see if I can get that running. So in our physics update is where we want system motion implemented. So the other piece of the equation is I need, I guess I already gave this some data. So we'll just use this for now. Throttle brake. So I'm going to have to populate the engine throttle, braking, and turning. So that's basically right trigger, left trigger, and what's more natural for turning in a game? Is it your right thumbstick or your left thumbstick? Let's see. When I'm playing a shooter and I want to strafe, or wait a minute. If I'm playing Rocket League, what am I doing? I'm turning. All right. I think it's left thumbstick. Okay. So the other piece of this is let's make my player a little bigger and easier to see. We can do that somewhere. Is that in the rendering? Let's make him like 64 by 64. Much bigger. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him. What is he doing? I didn't even tell him to go. We're gonna just tuck him away and pretend that didn't happen. No one saw that, right? Wonder what that was all about. Was that my motion system? Oh, I did give him throttle. Let's give him some heading, I guess. Ooh, are we rendering based off of heading right now? Translate, scale, RL, rotate. What does rotate do? Does that take an actual angle or is it radians? I feel like it would be radians. Current previous heading. Yeah. Current previous heading. Current previous. All right, so let's say I gave it a 90-degree heading. I would expect it to go towards the right. Now, the problem is your standard like math angles, 0 degrees is along the x-axis. I need 0 degrees to be along the negative y-axis. So I might have to account for that. In fact, let me just leave it at... well, let's just take a look. Let's see if it does anything. It's a rocket ship. I don't know why it's a rocket ship, but it's a rocket ship. I wonder if it's the interpolation, maybe? Woo! Look at that go. I mean, I'm rendering at 15,000 frames a second. Okay, maybe it's already in degrees. Oh, I'm probably doing this out of order. Maybe that's the issue. Nope, there we go. All right, so I got to figure out what's going on there. If I disable the motion, does the problem go away? It does. Okay. So it's the motion. Really wish I knew why Raylib doesn't like me closing their window. So the values stay constant. Speed is 1.02. Man, why does it keep doing that? Oh well, it's not obvious. So let's do this. When moving, when running system motion, the player appears to jump back to its original position every time it moves further and further out. Can you look at the render logic and system motion to see if there is an issue? Degrees to radians. We do sine, cosine, speed, delta time. Oh, did it already figure it out? Previous is never updated before current is modified. Oh, I thought I was going to do that in the rendering step, but in the rendering step, I am just interpolating. Whoops. Whoops. All right. I trust you on that one. That seems obvious. Now that you call it out. All right, let's see what we got. It's accelerating. Look at it. Look at it. It's getting faster. It's working. It's working. It's a rocket ship. Oh, that's so cool. All right. So now that that piece is working, the next step is hooking it up to a controller so that I can steer it and move it around. And that is going to be so easy because I totally know and understand Raylib API completely. Okay. So I think instead of like writing all the functions out and everything, I'll just put it here for now, and then I'll do a bunch of cleanup. Because I'll probably do a bunch of cleanup off stream. I think I don't know if it's worth spending all that time organizing it because I do like to spend a lot of time thinking about it. Okay, so for the events, I think it's just a matter of like what get gamepad axis count axis movement. Is it this? I don't even know if this is correct. I think it is. So this is gamepad ID. Whoops. So the first column is gamepad ID. So I guess I could just do make it a little more readable because I know I'll completely forget once I stop coding. Gamepad ID. So then I'm going to want the left thumb stick. I don't want a dead zone. Stop telling me to have a dead zone. Axis X. No idea if this is actually correct. Only time will tell. But what we can do is call world dot entity steering turn is axis X. Throttle is not axis Y. I don't remember what the triggers are. Browser. So if we go into Raylib examples, should be able to find that pretty quickly. Are you on Windows 10 or have you updated? I am on Windows 11. And it sucks. Every time there's an update, it's trying to shove its Microsoft BS down your throat. I still run into issues now and then with Linux where I really want things to just work, so I haven't made the switch, which is why I can, at least from a developer perspective, just come over here, hit this button in the bottom left corner, which will allow me to open this in a dev container, and then I can develop for Linux just fine. But I haven't made the full-time switch to Linux yet on my personal computer. Windows. Oh. Oh. Oh, man. What am I doing? I'm being crazy here. Gamepad. Axis left. X, Y. So I also need the triggers. Auto, trigger L and R. So now this actually becomes throttle is on the right, trigger R, so it's trigger L. How's it going? Thanks for coming by. I just coded a phone remote for your PC. I swear it's all local. Want to see? You promise you're not a hacker? Oh, unused. That's fair. I mean, let's see if this works, I guess. What do we think? First, third try? Well, I think the trigger's working. So right trigger is go. Left trigger is slow down and stop. Ooh, is it stopping? Ooh, it did stop. Look at that. Has a really slow turn rate, which kind of makes sense. All right. So now, oh my God, it takes forever to slow down. I mean, it is an aircraft, right? All right. So I think the next step will be getting a camera to follow it around and keep it centered on the display. Because that will get me, and then I basically will, the world will rotate around it when it turns. That way it's always pointing up. I also want to get a lot of this cleaned up. I kind of want to sit and think about how I want to organize the code itself. If I want to have like system motion out here like this exposed, or if I want to wrap it in like a bunch of, or like in a, I don't know, like a world class or something like that. I still need to think about UI rendering. I'll probably try and use Raylib's UI, Ray GUI. It should get me most of what I need, I think. So there will be that to look forward to at some point as well. I definitely want to figure out the tonal serialization, because it'll be really cool to be able to just define a bunch of configuration instead of these hard-coded values and just load it on startup. And then honestly, what I want to do is have like a file watcher sit there, and anytime it sees like a directory or file change, it will just automatically refresh and only update the state that has changed, right? Because that way I can be in the middle of a game, go into a file, change it, and then be able to try out a new feature or capability. So I'll eventually look into that as well. This was day 0 of Briarthorn code port from Godot. Most of it was spent getting project structure organized and pushed up. I did make sure this project compiles on Windows, Linux, Macintosh, WebAssembly, and Android. WebAssembly, I think, will be useful if I ever want to release this on itch.io, because I think I can release the game as a web app and go that route maybe. I do technically have a website as well, which actually should show me streaming. Briarthorn.game. Well, that's embarrassing. Briarthorn. Well, you know what? I deserve that. I don't know why it's not showing up in the VS Code browser, but it is here. Right here. So I have a website, briarthorn.game. I will continue to work on this and figure it out. The devlog currently links back to my core website, but I might put Briarthorn specific implementation stuff here instead. we'll see how that works out. But the cool thing is I did set this up to anytime I am streaming and Briarthorn is in my title, it also shows up in my website. And so now you are watching me, Briarthorn Inception, my live stream. Hello, myself. There it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Anyway, but yeah, so we'll continue to work on this. We'll see how much progress I'll end up making. 100% interest in the Steam controller. I will probably, I might grab it and maybe I can stream playing a game with it, or try like a strategy game, something like Civ that uses like touchpads. I don't know. We'll see. But until next time, I really appreciate you guys coming by, hanging out. Hopefully you're learning something, or at least having a chill time and being relaxed. And I will